But you know what? Their supporters are not quite ready for the dream to end yet. They're not ready to wake up. But they were given a reality check. The dream came close to a nightmare a week ago against Vissel Kobe in Japan. So I return to my question at the start, and I ask you, watching wherever you're watching from, what your head and your heart say, and are they in agreement? Do you believe that Gwangju FC can make a comeback from 2 goals down? Or do you think this is simply a lap of honour for Vissel Kobe? The early stages of the contest are likely to be crucial. An early goal for Gwangju FC and the entire mood changes. And he might be able to do it, Jasir Hassani. He's done it already on many occasions in the Champions League Elite, including a hat-trick against the Marinos and a goal against Kawasaki Frontale. So Japanese football fans know all too well just how good he is. They've journeyed from the Kobe City Misaki Park Stadium all the way to the Gwangju World Cup Stadium in the Republic of Korea, and they're hoping that their team can see this tie out with little drama. Let's discover. Last moments of calm before the contest begins. The Gwangju World Cup Stadium, the Asian Football Confederation and the Champions League Elite, the first ever edition of this competition, as Asian football has a new look. It's never over until it's over. You have to believe that as sports fans, otherwise there's no point turning up. Otherwise, there's no point going into the stands and singing songs and believing in your team. You have to believe there's a way back. They have to believe there's a way back. Gwangju FC must have hope. Without hope, reality will come quickly. Without heart, determination and desire, Vissel Kobe will easily overrun this underdog team from the Republic of Korea. But they have faced the best in Asia, Gwangju FC, and they've beaten them. They've taken them on with no fear. This is the great challenge, the last great challenge perhaps, in their first ever time in continental football. This is a very fine team, and they have a very fine advantage. An advantage created by a veteran in Yuya Osako, who was instrumental in the first leg. Can Gwangju FC stop him this time? Can they free up their own creative players to engineer the chances that were so hard to come by for people like Jasir Hassani in the first leg? Questions, questions, questions. Let's have some answers. The captains leading their teammates down the line and leading them, they hope, into the quarter-final stage of the AFC Champions League Elite. They're not ready for it to end. Two changes have been made to the starting 11 from the first leg by Lee Jung-hyo. Number 2, Cho Song-kwon, comes into the defence, and number 77, Oh Hoo-song, does the same in midfield. They both came on as substitutes a week ago. Number 7, Jasir Hassani, is likely to remain key to any chance for the home team to get back into this tie. He is creative and dangerous, but was kept well at bay in the first leg. Can the right winger find some space this time? Should Gwangju FC struggle to break through, they might turn to the bench and either number 9 Park In-hyuk, who was used in the first leg, or number 40 Shin Chang-moo, who hasn't played a great deal for the club since joining a couple of years ago. Abdulrahman Al-Jassim, 37-year-old, who's refereed at the FIFA World Cup, is in charge. Takayuki Yoshida has made just one change to the team that won 2-0 a week ago. Number 9 Taisei Miyashiro comes into the side with Nanase Ino, the player who does not feature today. Vital to their success in the first leg was the combination of number 10 Yuya Osako, who scored and provided a goal, and number 18 Haruya Ide, who scored the other. They worked excellently together. Terrific in central midfield was number 6 Takehiro Ogihara, who both stifles the opposition and provides chances from set pieces. Keep a close eye on number 27 Eric, who has just joined Vissel on loan from Machida Zelvia. The Brazilian provides a creative and unpredictable quality and could be very useful from the bench. So what's it going to be for Gwangju FC? A reality check or another day in paradise? They need him to perform. And he was expertly defended in that first leg. Vissel Kobe did not allow Jasir Asani to turn inside to get the ball onto his left foot and to play in that way that is so important to the success of Gwangju FC.
Ladies and gentlemen, the moment we've been waiting for. Let the countdown begin. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The very warmest of welcomes to you indeed. Wherever you're watching the action from, this is the AFC Champions League Elite. The setting is the Gwangju World Cup Stadium, and it's the round of 16. This is the second leg between home team Gwangju FC of the Republic of Korea and Vissel Kobe of Japan. And Vissel Kobe won the first leg 2-0, putting a lot of pressure on Lee Jung-hyo's team today. But this is a clever coach with some creative and exciting players. An early opportunity for Vissel Kobe. Rikuto Hirose and Takehiro Ogihara, the players who are standing over the ball. And it is Hirose. What a nice delivery! There's a chance here. Taisei Minashiro, the only player in the Vissel Kobe side who was not involved in the first leg, getting into a dangerous position. Oh, that's not fully dealt with, and just about getting back was Park Tae-jun to deprive Miyashiro. Corner kick. Nervous looking start from Gwangju FC. Takayuki Yoshida, 47, 2 years younger than his opposite number. About dealt with. He's the Brazilian striker for Gwangju FC, 32-year-old from the rural north of Brazil, capital Poço. If you watch the first leg, you will know that the performance of number 10 for Vissel Kobe, Yuya Osako, was absolutely sensational. He played with intelligence, He played with real sophistication, and he finished when he had the chance. He also provided a wonderful cross to Haruya Ide. And it was Ide's own header that actually came back off the crossbar, was snatched upon by Osako in the 20th minute, 9 minutes before. Vissel Kobe, number 18, got his goal. Number 2, Cho Song-kwon, is one of 2 changes made by Lee Jung-hyo. The other is Oh Woo-sung, wearing number 77. They did both feature as substitutes in the first leg. Kyung-min with the ball forward. Both the goalkeepers very experienced. Kim is 33. We'll come back to that in a moment, because there's a play down from Vissel Kobe and the ball played into Oh Woo-sung. And that's a little clip by Kim Jin-ho on Daiju Sasaki. Sasaki scored in the league stage against Gwangju. Absolutely no doubt that he was clonked there by Kim. Kim Jin-ho, a 25-year-old who joined the club in January from Gangwon after 2 years in the first team. When he made that move across in January of last year, he just transformed how they looked in defence, made an enormous contribution. Here is Oh Woo-sung, who scored against the Marinos in the very first match that Gwangju FC played in the AFC Champions League. And he was, as I've mentioned before, the only player in the squad for Gwangju who had actually scored in the AFC Champions League before they began their maiden campaign. Should be the goalkeepers. He's lost it completely, and it's a great opportunity for Oh Woo-sung, stopped by Maekawa, who got back into position. That looked as though Daya Maekawa was going to claim it without too much issue. The trickier bit, the save, was done really well. Very good recovery play from the goalkeeper. Maybe Rikuto Hirose and he impeded each other. But that will lift Gwangju FC, as will this, if they can put it in. Oh, what a stop from Maekawa! That is a stunning piece of reaction play. Goodness me, he must have had almost no visibility of that ball. It's Hayes, the Brazilian, who hits it. But that will have appeared from behind Mateus Tuller for Maekawa, meaning that he only saw it at the last possible moment. But already Gwangju FC have engineered more chances and have put more pressure on Daya Maekawa than they did in the entirety of the first leg. Well, we've had a fascinating start to the match. chance for Vissel Kobe and then two very clear chances for Gwangju FC. And if the Brazilian Rameses had scored that, it would have been his first goal upon his return to Gwangju FC. He had a very good spell at the club in 2021 to 2022. Then went to Jeju United. Fell by Ikankyan. Captain of Vissel Kobe, Tetsushi Yamakawa, from Amagasaki in the southwest of Honshu. So a similar sort of area to where Kobe is located in the Kansai region. Kobe is a triangle of three cities: Kobe, Osaka and Kyoto, the second most populated metropolitan area in Japan. Blocked, and not favourable for Osaka, but the attack continues. Osaka should be easy for Kim Kyung-min. Very intriguing start. It feels finely balanced. It feels as though, unsurprisingly, Gwangju FC are going for it, and they're going to take risks as well. That happened from time to time in the first leg. They were pressurised very well by Vissel Kobe when they had the ball in defence. Jung-hyo is a very interesting coach. He likes a strongly attacking game. We've seen that throughout their performances in the AFC Champions League Elite. It very much favours the inverted winger system, which is why someone like Jasir Asani is very important to Gwangju FC. Sasaki. Tricky cross. Dealt with. Trying to keep the attack alive and doing well. Number 25, Yuya Kuwasaki. Here he is. To Hirose. Ikuto Hirose from Saitama, not too far away from Tokyo. Joined the club from 4 years at the Antlers. Play for the first time in the AFC Champions League for the Antlers in 2020. Otherwise, all of his appearances have been this season for Vissel Kobe. Yamakawa. Not a bad idea, quite clever to look for that run of Daiju Sasaki. Back to Hirose. Partially closed down, but he still managed to create the chance. Ide certainly used his hand. Wonderful first leg, Haruya Ide. Yes, I don't think there can be much debate about that one. interesting things about Haruya Ide as a player is that he's worked very hard and waited very patiently for a big opportunity in continental football and indeed in the Japanese top flight. In his first 200 appearances in the league in Japan, only 9 of them were in J1. That's the goalkeepers more comfortably this time. He had a really difficult time, Jasir Hassani, in the first leg. He didn't get many opportunities actually to draw fouls like that, to run with much space in front of him. What the Vissel Kobe defence did really well was to keep him restricted and push him down the right wing, not allowing him a path to cut inside and be more centrally located to shoot with his left foot. He does love to hit the ball from the outside of the area. And there can't be anyone, any coach, any fan who's watched the AFC Champions League Elite this season who doesn't know that about Jasir Hassani, because he scored 7 goals. It was obviously going to be vital to the success of Vissel Kobe in this tie to have a very concrete strategy for dealing with Hassani. Song could bring it under control. The referee just delayed play for a moment and was then called for the free kick. Given against Haruya Ide. Fixture taking place in the southwest of the Republic of Korea, the city of Gwangju. It was founded in 57 BC. More recently, the entire city's identity was changed by the establishment of a railway to Seoul. That meant that it became a very important industrial centre. Particularly had an important role to play in the automotive industry. And it is a very fine sporting city. This stadium, as its name is a very slight giveaway, hosted matches at the 2002 FIFA World Cup. Also held the 2015 World University Games here. The World Aquatics Championships were here in 2019. Foul on Hayes. And a yellow card to a disagreeing Yuya Kuwasaki. Not entirely sure what he's disagreeing with. A costly yellow card, that rather needless to do it in that sort sort of position at this stage of the contest. And it might just make Kawasaki think twice about getting involved, as the ball has been put in extraordinarily. Leading the celebrations is Park Jong-jin. That is exactly the early goal that Gwangju FC needed. And there is a transformation in this tie. It's Gwangju FC 1, Vissel Kobe 0. In from Park Tae-jun. And it was indeed Park Jong-jin. I just wondered if it came off Osako. Let's have a look here. No, it is completely Park Jong-jin's touch. That's an extraordinary piece of direction of the ball. That is one of those headed goals that probably 49 out of 50 times doesn't find the target, but he was spot on there. Well, that really has made for a fascinating dynamic. Going down was Yuya Osako. Nervous moment for the Gwangju FC fans. Ace controls it well. And the lift as that ball was played forwards in the home fans. I'm sure you heard the roar as they thought that Oh Song might be played in. What a good ball. Good piece of control too. Here is Oh Song. Right idea to look for Hayes. Well, I was making the point as the free kick came in that it was needless for Yuya Kawasaki to pick up the yellow card for that challenge. And now it's become even more costly a decision. Park Jong-jin's first goal for Gwangju FC in the AFC Champions League, but he did score in December of 2020 for Ulsan. He was part of the team that won the AFC Champions League. He's just recently joined the club from 2 years at Seoul Eland. Sasaki. Hirose. Goalkeeper's made the bold move to come and claims it very well. Nice, assured goalkeeping from Kim Kyung-min. As now, Takayuki Yoshida has much to ponder, so much more to ponder than he had to in the first leg. Nicely played out of defence, really well worked. The space is there for Park Tae-jun. He finds Oh Song. Suddenly, Gwangju FC looked like Gwangju FC. They didn't in the first leg. Ace holds onto it well. Kim Jin-ho. A missed kick, but it sort of worked out. There was Gwangju FC player who was being unintentionally marked by Abdul Rahman Al Jassim for a moment. That ball didn't travel to where anyone was expecting it to. He's happy to drop back and allow for Asani to move more centrally. That's an interesting feature of this match. Just here, Asani is a little less isolated out on the right wing and is more keen to start from a central position to receive the ball. And he's such a clever architect of positional fluidity, Lee Jung-hyo. Oh, that was a bold ball and it worked. Absolutely no contesting that foul by Matthias Tuller. He has won the equivalent of the AFC Champions League Elite in South America. He's won both the Copa Libertadores and the Copa Sudamericana. Hey, so the goalkeeper deals well with it. Oh, he's dispossessed. But they're at the moment first to all of the loose balls, Gwangju FC. Kim Jin-ho. To Hayes, who looks so much more alert and dynamic than he did in the opening match. But then we could say that of every single Gwangju FC player. What they have to avoid is needless risk. It's that fine balancing act. Ide, covered well by Cho Song-gwon, the player brought into the defence. It's one of those two changes made by Lee Jung-kyo. And there's the change made by Takayuki Yoshida to bring Taisei Miyashiro into the team, wearing number 9. He scored 11 goals in the league last season. Miyashiro has Vissel Kobe won the title again. We are beyond the halfway stage of the first half, and we have very much a lively contest now. Gwangju FC with the lion's share of the ball. And Vissel Kobe, yes, exactly as Miyashiro is urging calm, they look a little on the nervous side. Neither of these teams, by the way, has played a fixture in between the first leg and today. So they really have had time just to get ready for this. After this round of fixtures, attention turns to international football and the AFC qualifiers for the FIFA World Cup of 2026. Some very big matches taking place. So I don't think for a moment that just because there'll be no AFC Champions League action over the next little while, whether Elite or Champions League 2, doesn't mean there isn't plenty of Asian football to follow. Another yellow card for Vissel Kobe. It's Daiju Sasaki. Wasn't really in control. It was a long way away from getting the ball and quite clearly caught Kim Jin-ho. Min. He knows that he's going to have to use the ball really effectively with his feet to build up these Gwangju FC attacks, and so far they're building up their attacks from the back a lot more effectively than they were in the opening match. Obviously worked on how to break through the Vissel Kobe attack as they try to win the ball back quickly. Well, forward is Kim Jin-ho. Still has it, and creates the crossing opportunity that Maekawa reads excellently. He must be very encouraged with this beginning. Just to come back for a moment to those AFC Asian qualifiers. The Republic of Korea will meet Oman on the 20th of March, and then 5 days later they will host Jordan, so 2 home ties for them. The Republic of Korea currently at the top of Group B with 14 points from 6 matches, 4 wins, 2 draws. And Japan, who have won 5 and drawn 1, so they're at the top of Group C with 16 points, well ahead of anyone else in that group. They are 9 points clear. They will first host Bahrain, and then they will host Saudi Arabia. Quickly on by Hirose, he's done very well, as has Sasaki. That's a really lovely piece of link-up play between the two of them, and a little space has emerged. The idea was sound, execution not quite. He has seen a fair amount of the ball, Taisei Miyashiro. Record of about a goal every 4 games, slightly better than that in his career. Touched back by Lee Kang-hyun. Another foul on Kim Jin-ho by the already cautioned Daiju Sasaki. And that's where one just wonders, the way that Gwangju FC are currently playing, and with those yellow cards to Sasaki and Kawasaki, is there a real risk of a red card at some point as this contest goes on? Will it force Takayuki Yoshida's hand and make him remove either or both? Hayes, watch for Ohusong on the left wing. Hayes decides not to use him. Oh, is furious about it as well. Missed opportunity perhaps, but they still got the ball. Here's the captain, Lee Min-ki. And across, forces a decision to be made. The goalkeeper chose to stay, and it was cleared by Toulet. You just wonder for a moment about that chance to free Oh-Song on the left wing. He had a lot of space. Played on to nobody by Yuya Osako. It's fascinating, the complete difference between this and the first leg. Gwangju FC are suddenly creative, are suddenly dangerous, they're not stifled. Cleared by Yamakawa, the captain. And at the other end of the pitch, it's as though Yuya Osako and Haraya Ide have never met each other. And they were inseparable, and well, we may be revising our thoughts on that, because just for a moment there was Ide finally coming forward in some space, but as I was saying, they were inseparable and almost telepathically linked in the first leg. And everything that one knows about the scholarship of head coach Lee Jung-hyo means that this isn't really a surprise, that he's worked out what to do. found a way to maximise the strengths of Gwangju FC. There we go, suddenly there's all this space on the wing that was not there a week ago. Now the missing piece of the puzzle perhaps is getting Jasir Asani more involved. They still haven't quite done that. Here's the goal scorer Park Jong-jin. They're going for very clear high balls into the box to provoke Daya Maikawa. Hayes, great defending from Yamakawa. That was exceptional from the captain of Vissel Kobe. Hayes and O linking up, and Yamakawa perfectly positioned. That was likely going to be the second goal, and he knows it too. They must be desperate just to get to half-time at the moment, Vissel Kobe. Lee Kang-hyun rescues it. Lee Min-ki loses it. Vissel Kobe have just for a moment a chance to breathe, but it doesn't last long. Park Tae-jun, gosh, this is impressive from Gwangju FC. Hayes, now he does find Oh Hoo-song, chance to cross, and there's that man, Yamakawa again. But they're enjoying themselves, the home team, as are the home fans, as I'm sure you watching this, unless you're a Vissel Kobe fan. If you're watching this purely neutrally, it is a dream second leg. Corner kick to Lee Kang-hyun. No harm done. He did score last season, Lee Kang-hyun, in the 2-1 win against Ulsan HD about 10 months ago. Yet to score this season, yet to score in the Champions League Elite and in any continental competition. And there's going to be a Gwangju FC yellow card. Min Sang-gi for the use of the elbow, as indicated by Abdulrahman Al Jassim. Well, he looked very surprised by it. His argument clearly that he didn't make any deliberate contact. He didn't seem to hugely motion his arm back. It might have been one of those ones that looks a lot clearer from behind in comparison to the view that the referee gets from the front. That's a good piece of decision making, just to let that run behind. He's the man who has brought vivacity to this tie, Park Jong-jin. A second career AFC Champions League goal. first for his new club. There is just such purpose in Gwangju FC. The body language of their players is very positive. The support coming from the stands surely is enormously helpful. Just a great energy to the home side, courtesy of Park Jong-jin's 18th minute goal. I think there would be that degree of energy anyway. Oh, tried to dance his way through. Clearly a very good decision to start him. He was used as a substitute in the first leg. What will be interesting to see is if and when he deploys Park In-hyuk, the number 9, who has only recently joined the club. Now, the ball lost. Osako, a chance to shoot. Instead he finds Sasaki, and the goalkeeper stops it really neatly at the near post. Messy from Gwangju FC, and not too harmful a shot in the end from Daiju Sasaki. Asani, yes, clearly impeded. But as I was mentioning earlier, Park In-hyuk, whether he will be used at some point by Lee Jung-hyo, because he did make an impact of sorts in the first leg when he came on as a half-time substitute. In the most immediate 10 minutes after coming on, and then he became a little quieter. He could fulfill something of a target man function if they need to really press for that equalising goal late on in the game. But as things currently look, they're more likely than not to break through sooner than that. Or so minutes until half-time. I imagine there won't be an enormous amount of additional time. And one imagines that Gwangju FC would quite like to keep playing as long as possible because they've got the momentum at the moment. He's had a good game. He was rather drawn into a needless foul there on Sasaki. Tried to get pace involved, and to the Brazilians' frustration, the decision's gone in the direction of Vissel Kobe. What he now has to do when the half-time whistle comes is keep that level of energy and purpose going into the second half, and his players have performed so well so far. very keen to keep the pace of the game going. He will need to calm things down a little in the Vissel Kobe dressing room, because they've looked nervous. They've made far less use of the ball than they did in the first leg. Barely seen Yu Osako in possession. Contrast that with the first half of the first leg, it's night and day. That's really nicely done by Hayes. The sort of moment in the match that's not really of any great consequence, but it just shows how intensely Gwangju FC are pursuing this game. Osako trying to hold on to it. He does well, actually, very well. Sasaki, and he thought he was fouled. One back well and then lost by Gwangju FC, and then one back. Can they be more sensible with the ball now? 3 additional minutes to be played. Limited contribution so far from Daiju Sasaki, but he is always dangerous. Hirose touched behind. And just imagine if Vissel Kobe can get a goal that really would be so strongly against the run of play now. The home team must be so vigilant here from this corner kick. And it's Takahiro Ogihara to swing it inwards, and he's a very good deliverer of set pieces. Ogihara cleared. Hirose with the throw. A little touch on, finds Osako, but not in the most central of positions. Asani trying to create some space and doing so really well. Just lost that immediate opportunity to get the ball forwards. He maybe held on to it for a little too long. He was certainly guilty of that in the first leg. Asani plays it quickly to Hayes, and Hayes overhits it. Last moments of the first half. Offside given against Osako, who got involved for the first time in a little while. quite managed to get into a shooting position. Gwangju. Now it's with Park Tae-jun as time is running out for Gwangju FC to create one last chance in this half, but they'll feel they've got plenty of time to secure the second goal. It's been an excellent first half and a very good start from Gwangju FC in the second leg. How the But it is great entertainment, isn't it? Park Tae-jun to Jasir Asani. Has he got a little space this time? Here we go. And there we don't go. But for the first time, he's managed to deliver his favoured move. Just not the full impact of it. And harmless though that moment was, for Vissel Kobe, it is a real warning. They cannot allow him to do that again. Picked up well by Park Tae-jun. That's been one of the great features of this performance from Gwangju FC, the tenacity in midfield to pick up a loose ball. They've looked a step ahead of Vissel Kobe throughout most of this match. Here's Park Tae-jun again. To the goal scorer Park Jung-jin. Park Tae-jun will get it back. Case in point. Very well done. Here's Lee Min-ki. Seemed to be caught between two options there. And in the end does win the corner kick. Whether he was going to try and cross it on his own rather than pass to Asani. Park Tae-jun goes short to Oh Hoo-sung. From Lee Kang-hyun. Was a foul committed. I think it was offside. Ace, the idea was sound. He's going to get another chance. No foul. There's a liveliness to Hayes in this match. There was a real sense of delight at his return to Gwangju FC at the start of the season. Having scored 16 times in 69 matches in his first spell. Oh, that was clumsy. Wildness from Kim Jin-ho. Hirose will take the free kick for Vissel Kobe. And Hirose's ball tried to find Osako, but the referee blows the whistle. It's really important to just remind ourselves of the difference in stature of these two clubs, that Vissel Kobe have won the last two Japanese J1 League titles. They also won the Emperor's Cup last season. Gwangju FC have twice won the second division, K-League 2. Those are their biggest accomplishments in terms of trophies. Vissel Kobe was founded as a club in 1966 as the Kawasaki Steel Soccer Club. Moved to Kobe in 1995. Gwangju FC only founded in December of 2010, only in the K-League from 2011. 3 times relegated from the top flight. Had that extraordinary 3-year spell where they finished 12th in K-League 1 in 2022, then won K-League 2 in 2023, and then finished 3rd in the top flight last year. Is that they, or the year before I should say, then they finished 9th last season. But they are performing better domestically than Vissel Kobe at the moment. Play full back for Osako being down. Done reasonably effectively, Vissel Kobe here, in terms of just stopping Gwangju FC at the start of the second half. Not necessarily creating anything, but impeding Gwangju FC's momentum a little. That might change here though. Park Jong-jin trying to link up with Hayes. It's played back to the goalkeeper, who had to use his feet. Some of the Gwangju FC players and quite a few of the spectators are thinking that there are some rather soft free kicks being given. Naikawa, who had really no chance from Park Jong-jin's header that just looped over the top. And the subject of things looping over the top. Takahiro Ogihara, who has only scored once for the club. This time the free kick goes the way of the home team. Become a little stuttery as a match, and that will suit Vissel Kobe for the moment. Minutes into the second half. Park Tae-jun with the free kick. Goes short. We'll want it back. And we'll get it back. And we'll not make use of it. A little on the wasteful side from Gwangju FC. The change being made as Taisei Miyashiro, who was quite involved early on in the match but then somewhat faded away, gives way to Yoshinori Muto. temperance developing. All of this making it difficult for Gwangju FC to get any rhythm to their play. They had such a sense of flow to their football in the first half. It will be a Vissel Kobe ball. Number 55 for them, Takuya Iwanami, who's one of the very locally born players. Started his career at the club and then left for the Red Diamonds, including winning the AFC Champions League. As we have a look at the substitute Yoshinori Muto, who had a very strong season last year in J1. Scored 13 times in 37 games. His best goal-scoring season since actually his first year for FC Tokyo as a senior. Touched on cleverly there by the captain Lee Min-ki. Did well to make something out of that. The captain who spent his whole career at the club. Ace trying to find a crossing opportunity. He's got three players to try to find. Matej Tuller with a very important intervention. It's only as far as Lee Min-ki. Now to Asani. Needs the overlap from Lee Min-ki to either use him or to free up some space to make the run inside. Decently defended by Vissel Kobe, who look as though they've steadied things quite a lot. They've clamped down on Gwangju FC. And that's why one feels it was so important for the team from the Republic of Korea to get that early goal and capitalise on the strong start they'd made. That's going to be a yellow card, and it's Ogihara. He's still got quite a lot of the game now to play in a very important central midfield role, where it's easy to imagine that he could pick up another card. Certainly makes contact across the face of Park Tae-jun. It can't be disputed. The player who was fouled takes the free kick. Ultimately an offside. Last half an hour or so, unless Gwangju FC can find a way to send this contest into extra time. But it's looking a lot less likely now than it did in the first half. And this is what I was alluding to when I said that for Vissel Kobe it was just so necessary to get to half-time when that pressure was really increasing from Gwangju FC. Confidently, Takayuki Yoshida has managed to calm things down and to restore a little strategy. Oh, that was a lovely idea from Jasir Asani. What a super ball. Forced Maekawa to act. Ace. And making it harder, Vissel Kobe, for Gwangju FC to get crosses in. Ace has done it that time, and really good gathering by Daya Maekawa. He had to really work this ball in from the byline. You think back to the first half and how many crosses Gwangju FC were managing to deliver that were troubling Maekawa. Osaka just bullied off the ball very effectively. Park Jong-jin. Wonder now about the possibility for the introduction of Park In-hyuk. Given away, a problematic moment here, but not for long. And a bit of a relief for Min Sang-gi. It was very risky, and it was really wasteful actually from Yoshinori Muto, which he knows. A very apologetic reaction from the substitute. He's been really good at bridging the gap between defence and attack in this match. We'll get another opportunity here, Lee Min-ki. Asani. He does love to hold the ball as long as he possibly can, and that did work nicely. Been a little discussion going on as to the extent to which Jasir Asani will remain at Gwangju FC. How likely it is that he departs soon. Ace, very good stop from Maekawa. That bounced just in front of the goalkeeper. It was a hopeful attempt from Hayes, but the right idea. You look at the movement of that ball and the way it hits the turf just in front of Maekawa. He really has to stretch for it. It's good, secure goalkeeping from the man from Hiroshima. Oh, a song to Park Tae-jun. Tricky towards the back post, and Maekawa is so well positioned. Nice goalkeeping again. More dangerous suddenly from Gwangju. Cho Song-kwon, who has never scored in continental competition. He's only ever scored one goal, full stop. There we go, that's the change I was suggesting might come. Well, a really important contribution from that gentleman, Park Jong-jin. He scored in the 18th minute. He now gives way to another attacker, Park In-hyuk, who came on at half-time in the first game. Now, Park In-hyuk has got a bit of a presence to him. He can play in a sort of target man style role. But before that, they'll have to deal with this, which Kim Kyung-min does comfortably. Never looked a threat. Park In-hyuk, who's just come on wearing number 9 for Gwangju, has got such an interesting story. He was one of those players who didn't get into the main army club during his military service. There's only been one team for those doing their military service in professional football in the Republic of Korea since the police club disbanded in 2017, and so he had to play in the 4th tier while working full-time. And it's one of the most interesting untold stories of football in the Republic of Korea. It's those players who don't actually get into the army club. They're not selected by them as part of their military service, and consequently it can be a very difficult time for players. And Park In-hyuk really had to drop down the leagues for Dangjin Citizen, a very good club with some strong players, but nonetheless playing in the 4th tier. And before the 29-year-old joined Gwangju FC, the previous top level he played at was the 2nd tier. Now we're going to see 2 changes from Vissel Kobe, including a debut. Iriguchi coming on in the midfield, and Eric is making his first appearance for the Japanese team as we say goodbye to Haruya Ide. So Iriguchi, the 28-year-old from Fukuoka in the southwest of Japan, joined the club from Celtic. Debut for the very experienced Brazilian Eric, who's on loan from Machda Zelvia. Those of you who remember the wonderful title-winning campaign of the Yokohama F. Marinos in 2019 under Ange Postecoglou will remember the impact of Eric when he joined the club midway through the campaign. Scored a very high number of goals in a small number of fixtures. He didn't really, number 27 Eric, manage to make much of an impression in the Machda Zelvia team. It was so striking in J1 last season, but he was great in their promotion-winning campaign from J2. Kang Hyun plays it back. They do have to be vigilant now, Gwangju, because, well, I was about to say, because if the ball is stolen from them, then Eric is the kind of player who can create something, or indeed finish something. He's one of those people who you never quite know what you're going to get from him, but it can be very much on the spectacular side, and that's what he'll try to do. He'll just run at the defenders and pressurise them, trying to give them a little less time on the ball. Nearly. "20 minutes remaining, plus additional time." Tuller was hoping that he'd be fouled there because it was rather costly. Ball given away. Dasirasani, he will obviously want to shoot from there. I'm not sure that his teammates all think that was the best option. It's the second chance he's had to do that. Maybe took it a little early, aware of the players closing him down. Gwangju plays it safely out of defence. Vissel Kobe immediately recover the ball. They're forced to go back to Daya Maikawa as we are nearing the conclusion of this second leg in the round of 16 of the inaugural AFC Champions League Elite. Rare chance for Vissel Kobe. Eric Muto, and well blocked by the captain Lee Min-ki. Gwangju FC holding on. Muto, once again the Brazilian Eric, gives it quickly to Osako, but nothing coming of it. Advantage played. Touched on towards Egg and cleared by Cho Song-kwon. Looking a little more dangerous in attack now since that change. Sasaki! Dangerous moment for Gwangju FC. Not the easiest of angles, but not a bad effort at all. Getting to that stage of proceedings now where there's just real jeopardy, because Gwangju FC are going to have to really start to commit with more urgency, and Vissel Kobe will know that there will be opportunities to strike the decisive counterpunch. Taejun loses the ball. Sasaki. They can't keep hold of it either, Vissel Kobe. Should be Mateus Toule's to clear, and it is. Just a little on the chaotic side, but enjoyably so. Final stage begins in April. Plenty of time between now and then to recover, reflect and to focus on the domestic campaign for whoever is victorious. Now preparing to come on is Ju Se-jong. Park Tae-jun does very well. First time we've seen Park In-hyuk really get the ball. He makes use of it. Is this Gwangju FC's opportunity? Really well blocked. And then overhit. Not too far away from finding captain Lee Min-ki. He did score in the 3-1 loss at Shandong Taishen in an expunged fixture. Lee Kang-hyun jogs off, and he sprints off. Gives his thanks to the crowd, and Ju Se-jong comes on, the 34-year-old. Joined the club from Daejeon. He has played in Japan, by the way, Ju Se-jong, for Gamba Osaka before his spell with Daejeon. Interestingly, Ju Se-jong's debut for Gamba Osaka was actually in a 1-0 loss at Vissel Kobe. Ace trying to find Asani. The idea was sound, maybe just took a moment too long. Min Sang-gi, the only Gwangju FC player who's been shown a yellow card. 2 of them for Vissel Kobe. And they're both still on, Takahiro Ogihara and Daiju Sasaki. Daejeon again. Lee Min-ki controls it well, and he plays it purposefully. Substitute Park In-hyuk. Back to Lee Min-ki. One back by Eric and one back well. All he can do is play it away. So Gwangju FC will try to build again. Can they construct an attack as purposefully as they did in the first half? It's a very hopeful attempt to win a free kick. That's a successful one. Is it starting to peter out and fade away for the team from the Republic of Korea? What tricks do we have left in store from Lee Jung-hyo? Still 3 changes possible. To win it back, and maybe a little fortunate as that ball was given away after the aforementioned good effort. The optimism has now been replaced by palpable anxiety among the Gwangju FC fans. I don't think it's fair to say that the Vissel Kobe fans are more relaxed. They are still obviously very concerned. But it looked quite clear that Gwangju FC were going to push strongly for a second goal. Based on what we saw in the first half, it hasn't really materialised in quite that way. There have been a few chances, but they haven't managed to dominate as comprehensively as they did in the first half. By the captain Lee Min-ki, who's had quite a high-profile game. He's done a lot right. They have, at large, done a lot right, Gwangju FC. Brought forward by Kim Jin-ho. Jasir Asani in some space, drifting forwards along with Park In-hyuk. Park In-hyuk will attack it. Touch behind for a corner kick. He thinks there was there was a use of the hand perhaps from Takuya Iwanami. And it did strike his arm, but not in a way that could be considered something that he could have prevented. Jose Jong will take the corner kick for Gwangju FC with time starting to run out. At the start of the match they had an almost luxurious amount of time to get the equalising goal. After that early 18th minute header from Park Jong-jin, that now feels like a lifetime ago. Well, this is very interesting. Abdurrahman Al-Jassim is actually going to scrutinise the ball hitting the arm of Takuya Iwanami to see whether or not that's a penalty kick, and his colleague Hamis Mohamed Al-Mari thinks there is sufficient evidence for him to review it. Well, it's interesting when you look at it from that angle. The arm is very outstretched. And maybe that is a lot more worrying than it initially seemed. When we first saw it, it was from a different angle. That one suggests that they're in real trouble here, Vissel Kobe. It's a penalty kick. With minutes left, Gwangju FC have a chance. And the indication seems to be being given that it will be Jasir Asani to take it. I said when Park In-hyuk came on that he performed a sort of target man style function. And what he does there is jump and put pressure on Takuya Iwanami, and that's the damning angle, isn't it, from the position looking towards the goal. Jasir Asani with the opportunity to make it level. What a penalty kick that was! Gwangju FC 2, Vissel Kobe 0. Enthralling. Just as time seemed to be running out, the team from the Republic of Korea are level on aggregate. Earlier on in the match, Asani completely miscued a ball from the edge of the area. From the penalty mark, he was precise. He could not look. He dared not look. Now we all can't take our eyes off the rest of this contest. There will be Vissel Kobe fans who will feel that the decision was a harsh one. Muto does brilliantly. Goalkeeper should claim it with authority and does. But what an effort from Yoshinori Muto. We are poised to continue this contest into an extra 30 minutes. And now the interesting dilemma. Do you go for it with 5 or so minutes left? Or do you hold on knowing that you'll have 30 extra minutes where there's more margin for error? What would you do if you were Lee Jung-hyo? brought on to just be a little disruptive up front in the way that he's so good at being. Park In-hyuk, and that powerful leap with Takuya Iwanami was enough. Well, they've got to be very vigilant here as Ideguchi strikes him. Oh no! That's extraordinary, but it's been ruled out. Oh my goodness, that would have been the cruelest of goals for Gwangju FC to concede. My word, Osako onto Ideguchi, and yes, it's a handball. That's a good bit of officiating. Sasaki with certainly a clear contact on the arm, and the rules are very unambiguous about any contact with the arm that leads to a goal. But that would have been absolutely brutal on Gwangju FC. No matter who you're supporting, you'd have to concede that. Ace. Good head down by Park In-hyuk, and acrobatically cleared, sensationally cleared. My goodness, imagine if that had led to a counter-attacking chance. Might this now bring out the best in Vissel Kobe with minutes to go? Well, Vissel Kobe were impeccable in the first leg. Gwangju FC have matched that level in the second. Two very enjoyable matches, two very different matches. I mean, the two teams have barely resembled themselves from one fixture to the next. Touch on from Muto causes consternation. And that is going to be the Gwangju FC ball. Just a little hesitation there for a moment. Well, he had a big job to do there. Abdulrahman Al Jassim reviewing that possible penalty kick recommended to him by Hamis Mohamed Al Mari. We are now at the end of the 90 minutes. Into additional time. 6 minutes to play. Some of that the penalty review. Jasir Asani has some space. Here we go. Is this the moment? Asani! Oh, he's really overcooked it. That delivery to Jasir Asani, this is his territory when the space emerges, and Lee Min-ki did an excellent job of drawing focus away. It would not surprise if Gwangju FC managed to win it. It would not surprise if Vissel Kobe found a way to sneak a goal. Yuya Osako, who was given a yellow card in the first match, picking up one for that challenge on Park Tae-jun. He got booked very early on in the first leg. good leap from Park In-hyuk. That's so well won back by Cho Song-kwon. Brilliant determination. Last 4 minutes. Substitute Ju Se-jong. Maikawa gathers. Ehig. Clever ball to Osako. Here's Eric. And it's deflected behind. Dangerous little counter-attack that from Vissel Kobe. And important defending, so important from Kim Jin-ho. Here's the metaphorical punch to the stomach coming here for Gwangju FC. Takehiro Ogihara, who is so often so dangerous when taking corner kicks. He'll swing it inwards. Ogihara's delivery is thumped away by the head of Cho Song-kwon. 3 minutes to go. Asani, dealt with by Tetsushi Yamakawa, the captain of Vissel Kobe. Asani keeps the attack alive, playing it towards Husong. There certainly isn't a sense of the game petering out as we approach full time. What an effort from Gwangju FC. And it feels entirely justified that this should go on for an additional 30 minutes. So much entertainment has it provided, but we're not there yet. Handball by Park Tae-jun. Just over a minute remaining. Nothing comes of that at all. So it means that it's likely that Gwangju FC, if they're sensible with the ball here, will get the final attacking opportunity of this match. What was I saying about sensible with the ball? Never mind. So instead it will be Daya Maikawa to play this ball towards the Gwangju FC goal to see if Vissel Kobe can steal this victory, a victory that was theirs to lose. And they might indeed go on to lose. They have, the team from Japan, relinquished their grip on this tie. Extra time, extraordinarily. The Gwangju FC dream has not quite ended. Minimal contribution from Jasir Asani in this match, but a crucial one when they needed him from the penalty mark. He got the goal that makes this a level tie. Gwangju FC 2, Vissel Kobe 0, and on we go into an additional 30 minutes.
자, 절대로 잘 들어. 그러면 뭔가 지키려고 하지 마. 하던 대로 하던 대로. 시작대로 하는 거야, 시작대로.
Well, what an absolutely extraordinary contest this is. League game. Certainly one has to give real credit to Lee Jung-hyo on his choice of substitutions. But Vissel Kobe recover it. Loose and patchy. Well controlled by Ogihara. In from Osako. And the ball will fall to Ideguchi. Again, a very chaotic atmosphere in the penalty area. And Yosuke Ideguchi from outside of the area with an effort that actually wasn't too bad. The goalkeeper seemed reasonably comfortable that it was going over the top. This is Ideguchi's 25th game in the AFC Champions League as Osako has got space. For the first time he has a chance. He goes down though and will get nothing. Hayes with a great ball. The counter-attack is on. Lee Min-ki to Asani. Hayes will overlap. Asani plays it really purposefully to Oh Song. And in the end, it's comfortably into the arms of Mike Howard. What a nice move, though, from Gwangju FC. It wouldn't have counted anyway. But they did break well. One does wonder about Yasir Asani's option to play in Hayes on the right wing, whether that might have been a better move. Egg. Yoshinori Muto wins the ball. Takes the throw as Vissel Kobe just seek to get hold of the ball really and fashion a chance of their own. It hasn't been a hugely pressing concern for most of this match. But now they're in a situation where they've actually got to do something in attack. Be a nuisance there, and succeeding was Park Tae-jun, who has had a very good game in midfield. His work rate has been extraordinary. 10th appearance for him in the Champions League. He does get taken off from time to time, probably about a third of those games. Why, considering how much he runs. Hayes will just about keep that in play, and has done well to get a little space to provide a cross, and the block was effective. Oh, another effective block. Ideguchi's brought a little steal to the Vissel Kobe team. Won's had a very good game. Chu Sejong, very experienced recent signing for Gwangju FC. Somebody who has actually won the K-League back in 2016. And somebody who played 16 times in the Champions League before starting this campaign on Gwangju FC. Made his first appearance for them in this competition in the first leg as as a late substitute, just as has been the case here. Hirose. Sasaki. Ehik tried to play it back to him and then didn't get much time to take that shot on. He has scored once in the Champions League, the Brazilian, and it was against a team from the Republic of Korea. For the Yokohama F. Marinos against the Blue Wings, December of 2020. Minutes or so until the first break in play. Oh Song. Hayes wanted it. Instead, Oh Song just playing a lower risk ball. Shasir Asani, crowd getting excited, as they do every single time he gets into a vaguely attacking position on his left foot. One of the really fascinating features of any sporting contest is how people can change actually when they start leading. How you can start to second guess yourself and change the way you play once you're out in front. Oh Song, that will ask a question, especially of Iwanami, who was in that sort of position with Park In-hyuk before, where he handled the ball. Now, Daiju Sasaki has concluded his match. Kakeru Yamauchi coming on. The young man who won a silver medal at the Asian Games in Hangzhou in 2023. At the club, Kakeru Yamauchi, after graduating from the prestigious University of Tsukuba. He was a youth team player until 2020, then went off to fulfill his undergraduate studies at a very good footballing institution. Muto. Not a bad cross, and it required a bit of almost desperate defending. Ju Se-jong was the player who got on the end of it. Captain Yamakawa, touched by the substitute Yamauchi. Osako. Yamauchi. That was a clever idea to find Eric. Hidiguchi. Second chance that he's had from the edge of the area. Now, the other end, Park In-hyuk. Just outside the area, I should say, Park In-hyuk down. Yes, well, little to explain there. Played back by Kim Jin-ho, and we are very close to the halfway point of extra time in this round of 16 AFC Champions League elite match between Gwangju FC and Vissel Kobe. It's not the strongest piece of control by Ju Sejong, but it sort of worked. Ace, good defending there from Rikuto Hirose. Asani, clever ball, here's the captain, Lee Min-ki. He has an opportunity to cross it towards the substitute, Park In-hyuk. And Daya Maekawa does very well. That's why they brought him on. Real space for Lee Min-ki to provide that ball. And it was a great leap from Park In-hyuk. Still looking for his first goal for Gwangju FC. Goodness, that would have been a huge one. He might well be dangerous from the corner kick though. Ohu Song, and takes a little touch off Ogihara. 1 additional minute in progress. Iwanami goes back to Mateus Tuller. Vissel Kobe defence has been under so much pressure throughout this match. Ehig to Hirose. And on we go into the second period of extra time. No change to the score at the Gwangju World Cup Stadium, but an excellent opportunity just moments ago for Park In-hyuk. He cannot believe it didn't go in. It is still 2-2 on aggregate at the Gwangju World Cup Stadium. What ferocity in that team talk from Lee Jung-hyo. Real sense of belief in the Gwangju FC players. They knew, their fans, how tough this 2-match series would be. We begin the second half of extra time at the Gwangju World Cup Stadium. Gwangju 2, Vissel Kobe 0. Penalty kick from Jasir Asani. At the moment has us destined for a lot more of the same. Unless a goal can come, and it might come now. Not with that degree of accuracy from Park In-hyuk, who was much stronger with the ball coming towards his head. but a great decision made to bring him on. We saw a little glimpse of it in the first leg, of what he can offer to Gwangju FC. But we remind ourselves that so much of his career has been spent in the lower leagues. And it naturally is going to take time to adjust to a competition as demanding as the AFC Champions League Elite and a domestic league as demanding as the top flight in the K-League. Maybe we're starting to see now what it is that Park In-hyuk can offer. We've certainly seen the heart of Gwangju FC in this match. Here's Muto to Osako, just went a little behind him. Instead, it was hit with a real sense of anxiety for the Gwangju FC fans. There was almost a sharp intake of breath as it was placed by Kakeru Yamauchi. He's only scored a couple of goals. Were both in the league in his first season. Asani. Again, that was really good work to close him down from trying to come inside. The impressive Park Tae-jun, decision-making has been so good throughout this match. It's not just the physical effort that he's made, it's the intelligence of passing. A little fortuitous pick up of the ball there for Gwangju FC. Asani, he's got a great opportunity here. Jasir Asani plays it in towards Park. Asani will get it back. What a block! Fabulous from Ogihara. That could be the match-saving block as Asani stares into the night sky and questions the universe. Gosh, Takahiro Ogihara. Phenomenal play. I'm sure there were some very worried Vissel Kobe fans as that ball made its way to Asani. The corner kick tests the goalkeeper, gets a good connection. Gosh, it's been entertaining, hasn't it? And it's still so difficult to see which way this match will go, this two-leg tie. Kim Jin-ho has the ball, plays it to his captain Lee Min-ki, who's had a really strong game. They all have, the Gwangju FC players. And the Vissel Kobe players actually have done really well from the perspective of not allowing the game to slip away from them when that second goal went in and they were forced into extra time. They've not collapsed. They are under enormous pressure. It's their third time in the AFC Champions League in all of its forms. They were semi-finalists in 2020, losing to Ulsan HD. And Park Jong-jin, who scored the first goal for Gwangju FC, was part of that Ulsan team that won it. For Lee Jung-hyo, his team's first appearance in continental football. They are showing no signs of growing tired of the experience. took over the club in 2022, Lee Jung-hyo, having largely been an assistant manager and coach until that point. He was the head coach of Ajo University for a spell. As we're going to see the Brazilian Bruno Oliveira coming on. Minsangi is replaced by Bruno Oliveira from Paysandu in the far south of Brazil in Paraná State. An area renowned for its sugarcane production. And so far, it's looking like Bruno is going to be part of a team that fights very hard in the next 10 minutes or so to ensure the sweet taste of victory is theirs, because it is Gwangju FC that are really attacking the lead. But with the sort of players that Vissel Kobe have, there's always counter-attacking danger. There's always risk if you try to do too much. It is incredibly finely balanced as a tie. It's got to be a foul. No. He's furious about it. Jin Ho astonished that wasn't given. A lot of the fans making their displeasure felt too at him. Leave you arguing amongst yourselves about that one. Here is Mateus Tuller. We have Brazilian centre-backs at either end now. Ideguchi, he's done well actually since coming on. Controlled by Egg, and he may have just taken that away actually from Hirose. No, it's a foul. Kakeru Yamauchi clipping Asani. Is he going to be required to take another penalty kick? Osako, whose contribution hasn't been anything like the first leg, but it won't matter if they can just find a way to sneak a goal. Vissel Kobe, and he'll likely be important from the penalty mark too, if they can't. What about now from the edge of the area? Nearly fell to Yamauchi. Osako's ball, but player stopped anyway. Managers will be contemplating the final decisions as to who will take the penalty kicks. Absolutely thrilling conclusion to this round of 16 tie. The AFC Champions League elite between Gwangju of the Republic of Korea and Japan's Vissel Kobe. Nice idea from Park In-hyuk to touch it onto Hayes. Osako, well played to Muto. He's limited in his options, but he holds the ball neatly and almost manages to get that right towards Kakeru Yamauchi. It's a little high. But good control from Yoshinori Muto. One imagines that there will be some very strong penalty-taking options for Vissel Kobe. Oh, Husong departs. On comes Choi Changrok. Attacking midfielder, very experienced, spent about 10 years in Germany, including at Zampauli, then moved to Karlsruhe. Never played in the top flight, but a lot of appearances, not far off 200 of them. Captain Lee Min-ki with a long throw. And asks the question of the Vissel Kobe defence. They haven't answered that so far, and the substitute almost immediately making an impact. Choi Kyung-rok. Quick attempt to counter by Vissel Kobe. Very chaotic feel at the end of the match. Once again, just as was the case as we got close to 90 minutes, there's no sense of the match fading away towards inevitable penalties. Instead, Gwangju FC doing everything to win it. Vissel Kobe hoping for a counter. Ace. Asani. A wonderful goal! You wait and wait and wait, and when you need him, he delivers! Vissel Kobe have spent 2 matches trying to stop that moment, and they nearly did it. But nearly means nothing in the AFC Champions League Elite. Every single spectator of this great competition has seen this season what he can do in that sort of position. That's why Vissel Kobe tried to stop it. That's why they threw everything at restricting him. And eventually he was unleashed, and he unleashed this. That is unsavable. That, by the way, is why he likes inverted wingers. Just in case you couldn't tell. Every football team needs somebody who has almost lunatic levels of creative skill to win a match. You have it in Jasir Asani. Somebody who can be frustrating and then bafflingly good. Vissel Kobe now chasing the contest. They hoped. Did they really believe? Only they know that. Only you know, if you're a Gwangju FC fan watching this, if you really thought this was possible. But it is a spectacular transformation for the team from the Republic of Korea. And it's just remarkable that the narrative for so much of this tie has been the effort to stop Jasir Asani doing exactly that. He kept him on as if there was ever a chance he would take him off, because he knew that that gentleman had the individual skill to get the team back in the match and then to win it. Deflected behind from Hayes, and that will do very nicely for Gwangju FC. Iwanami with his arms locked to the side of his body after what happened earlier. Asani with a corner kick that has almost nobody attacking it because there's no need to. Just about a minute left for Gwangju FC to endure. Stunned Vissel Kobe spectators preparing to trudge out of this wonderful stadium as his team will dance into the night. Cleared by the substitute Bruno Oliveira. Osako gets back to his feet quickly, another block. Hirose. Last seconds of this match. And away. Chasing it, just trying to hold on to it, Hayes. Asani calling for the ball, that was a little risky, and that's more sensible from Gwangju FC. And that may be the conclusion. Under the gaze of the full moon at the Gwangju World Cup Stadium, the dream goes on and they have not yet awoken. It seemed over, it seemed done, but in this ancient city, there's a new name, a new team in town, new contenders for continental glory. They're called Gwangju FC, and they've beaten Vissel Kobe in the most dramatic of fashions, with 2 goals from Jasir Asani, one right at the end of regular time, one right at the end of extra time. Tears of joy, a stunning conclusion. Gwangju FC 3, Vissel Kobe 0.